Yo, 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 KB, I'm good. Give me one moment before I turn on my cameras and stuff. I'm just getting things set up. How are you today? What game will I be playing today? Good question. Today I'm going to be finishing off Five Nights at Freddy's 4. We just have one night left of that. And then we will be doing ULTRAKILL after that, which is the game we were playing yesterday. But I won't be going on the grind to get all of the fancy stuff done like I was last night. I'm just gonna be playing it. Cool. Let me update the chalkboard to let us know what we're doing. Hell yeah. How are you doing today, KB? Let us get to the screen. And I guess I should go spooky mode with the lights real quick. Let me put on spooky mode. I'm good. Overall, I had a kind of low-key day, nothing too crazy going on, so can't complain. Alright, now we will join Discord, and we will launch FNAF, and we will be into it for tonight. Okay. Put that there. We're good to go. Alright, night 5, straight into it. Oh, the game is never tracked correctly by OBS. 1 second, y'all. Game capture, capture specific window. Uh. Luckily brothers, huh? Hello? Woo! Bad start. Yikes. Oh, the game still isn't showing. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that it's not. One second. We'll try relaunching. Will we have to go to just the screen? Mayhaps. 1 second. Oh, it's so warped on this one. Oh, what the hell? Hey. Okay. The fuck do I do about Fredbear? Jesus Christ, what do I do about Fredbear? Have we had to deal with him before? Okay. Instead of having to listen for breathing before shining your light, you can shine your light as soon as you get there, and if you see him in the hallway, you have to close the door and hold it closed until you hear his footsteps. If you flash him multiple times without closing a door, a frame will display where he's right at your face, and at this point you have to close the door immediately to avoid death. If you hear Fredbear laugh... Oh, never mind. Every time... Okay, wait. If he's in the closet, shining the light upon reaching the entrance will show his head. And just close the door and wait for footsteps. There's no audio cue to signify whether he's on the bed, but he appears on the We fucking hear him running. Okay, he ran to the right. Ran to the left. He's in the maybe closet. Ran to the left. And right. Ran to the left. Fuck does that mean? Laugh means nothing. I haven't heard him run. What? What? Huh? What? Is there something that I did wrong? FNAF experts in chat. What, Jetson? Come on. Fuck. Oh my god, I didn't hear him run away. I just heard him laugh. Why the hell did that happen? I'm so confused by some of the mechanics in this game now. I thought that this game was like one where you were pretty in control of it, but now it's just like eh. Fuck does that mean, bro? Yo, Todd. Yeah, it's been a bit. Well, we are on the 5th night. What? Yeah, this is my first time. Well, I guess we played it last Monday as well. We did the first 4 nights. Fuck, man. We heard him run to our right. He ran back to the left. Yo, J-Man. Good to see ya. What? What? Goddamn. I did see they announced a new Cuphead game. I'm pretty excited for it. I'll be playing it when it releases. The sound cue doesn't seem to have any indication on where he is. Like, he just went to the left, and he's not there. Like, now I'm just gonna die. He ran and we heard him to the right. Now we heard him to the left. Ah. He went to the right. Went to the left. That one, I don't know where he went. Fucking let me click on the correct thing. Left. Went to the right. Back to the left. Went back left. He fled to the right. Went to the left. Not there. Hear him at the right. Ran to the left. Like, now he's running places that don't make any sense. He wasn't at the left when we went there. Ran to the left. Ran to the right. Nope. So where is he? And now I lose. No. What the hell? The door was closed on him, and I still just got jumped. That doesn't make any sense. What? Like, it's not a lack of skill, it's not a lack of observation. The game is just fucking stupid sometimes, man. We heard it run to the left. It still sounded like it was at the left even then. Now it ran to the right while we were already on the right. You didn't see anything wrong? Yeah, I have no idea why it would cuck me. Okay, ran to the left. Ran to the who knows fucking where left. What? What? The door is shut! What the fuck? Same issue I'm having. Ugh, God, that's so frustrating. Nice. Excuse me, what? The door isn't completely closed, isn't a thing. You can't crack the door. We hear him on the right, but he's never fucking there. Turning this off. No! Uh-oh, I'm fucked. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro? This is just stupid. Yo, Gabriel. Good to see ya. This is absolutely bonkers. Did we not check every location like twice? Am I dumb? He ran to the left. He ran to the right. He ran to the left. He ran to the fucking right. No, he's nowhere. He ran to the left. This is FNAF 4. He ran to the left, but he's not there. This game is just dog shit. This game is absolute dog shit. Like, sound cues don't correlate to anything. He just... Okay, now I lose. Like, we've checked everywhere. Every time. Ugh. Hey, Pear. Good to see ya, and good luck finishing your finals. Okay, we hear him run to the left. Nope. They're at the right. Nope, he ran to the left. He's on the bed. It's in the fucking closet. Nope, and I'm dead. We hear him run to the left. We hear him run to the right. He's not there. He's fucking nowhere. And I die. Like... I'm just about to fucking die. That's a lie. The laugh doesn't mean anything. Or at least we haven't found that it means something consistently. Look, he just laughed. Oh, he is in the closet. We'll go with that. We'll try that, see if it helps us. And I die here for no reason. Oh. You hear him on the left. Bathroom on the right. Back on the right. Back on the left. It's 5 a.m. right now. Woo! I wish I could go to the pool today. I was working. Oh. Antonio, thank you for the suggestion. You were right. Guys, it's about to happen. Guys, it's happening. Was that? Moving on to fucking ULTRAKILL. What a game. Oh, man. Oh, that was the bite of 83? Fuck, do we have to watch a FNAF lore video to figure out how this all connects? The bite of 83, the bite of 87, etc. Before we get to ULTRAKILL... Oh my god, that's so fucking funny! Should we, instead of moving on to ULTRAKILL, watch a fucking 3-hour-long FNAF lore video on stream? I will pull one up. Just because I feel like we gotta learn. What the? What is going on? We need, okay, I said 3 hours, right? This one's 4 hours. Oh man, here, let me get up the opera so you guys can see. Oh, you can see. How long are we feeling, y'all? Are we feeling the 1.5 hour long Wendigoon one? The 4-hour-long Hyperdroid one. And 9 hours! Guys, this is fucking hilarious. This is hilarious as fuck. A short introduction to Five Nights at Freddy's. This is almost the, like, this is the entire length of a playthrough of one game. This isn't a short fucking introduction. Oh my god. FNAF game theory in order. Here we go.
Playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we go. What's this? It's a camera. The camera came up.
It's a camera. Okay, let's get this balanced.
Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny.
Alright. This is MatPat's series of videos on it.
It was only the fan.
And I will get ULTRAKILL up while we're doing this.
I have never played a game this intense. Oh god, shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors. Oh, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me.
Dude, this is classic. Just watch Markiplier. No. Dude, he looks like he's nutting right now, and it's so loud that I can't hear anything else.
Just the fan. Just the fan. I don't know about you, but every time the camera makes the sound to come
Don't worry, turn the game down.
What? That's it?
Okay, I have to piss as well. Real quick, so I'm not just, reusing someone else's content. We're going to quickly do the, piss break scene. Nut theory. Goon theory. Yeah, honestly, bro. What, like, doing face cam only is absolutely wild when the face you're making is like... So, yeah. Anyway, piss time, and I will be right back. Pia. It's time.
Little bunny rabbit. Really?
What?
Matthew Fear Patrick. It's a very strange name. Okay, I'll admit it. I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube.
Markiplier.
But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode of the game on Twitter. So
I feel like I unfortunately underreact to things.
The most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read about in a long time. Now, if you were just to play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. 4 animatronics roam the halls at night because the owners don't want their servos to lock up. Bad news is, you can't let them near
Don't
you,
want
or
their
else they'll kill you
servos
on
to
the
lock
spot
up.
because you look like a naked
Hey, chat,
endoskeleton.
you want my servos to lock up?
Those circuits. Apparently,
Oh my god, yeah, I did
back
see
in
the fucking
1977,
Among Us show got
1977,
released. Fucking 6 years too late.
You recorded phone messages to act as your tutorial. That is, as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done, game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice. Because that's
Well,
not
I'm
even
sorry,
the
Matt
surface.
Pat,
If
I'm
you're
doing the
really
game a
observant, you
disservice.
start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all together, here's the rest of the story.
Why does the ULTRAKILL music go so fucking hard with this video?
5 children went missing there after being lured.
There's
to
a secret
accident
boss
by
in
a
this
man
level?
dressed in a character costume.
Ooh.
Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered. The pizzeria was also
I gotta
threatened to
fucking
shut down
remember
due
what's
to
going on.
sanitation complaints, as foul odors started to come from the animatronics. Blood
Foul
was
odors.
oozing from their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would finally be closed by year-end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a
Find a
fifth,
break in a
unofficially
wall,
referred to
okay.
as Golden Freddy. Ignoring the rules of physics,
Golden Freddy.
Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen. Your game crashes. So that's unsettling.
I haven't experienced that. My game just crashed
the words,
because it
According to the
did.
game's creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So that's the gist of it. Murder,
The 5
children,
lost
foul
Freddys.
odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions.
Ugh.
Who is your character? How does he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly, what is the complete story behind Five
String
Nights at
cheese
Freddy's?
liquidations?
They're all good
I hope
questions about
not.
a delightfully incomplete and
Dude,
mysterious
ULTRAKILL
story
is
with
sick,
just enough
Layla. I
depth
definitely
to
recommend.
theorizing. So
Aha!
if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find it interesting. December 1993, Aurora.
Is this the break in the wall you were
10 p.m.
talking about?
Tuesday
Or is
night
there a
at the
different
local
one?
Chuck E. Cheese. After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back,
Okay,
Bobby
interesting.
runs down the kitchen, and the other 3 work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the 5, there's actually a 6th person locked in the building with them.
Where the
waiting
fuck?
silently in the darkened restaurant.
Sorry, I'm focusing so much on
19-year-old
FNAF.
Nathan Dunlap. Earlier that year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting
Dough
fired in
master.
July after a disagreement over his hours. Now, 5 months later,
Yo, I wish my nickname were the Dough Master.
pulled out a small
Or
and proceeded
Dough Master if I were Homer. Ha ha ha.
then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice. Proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building security footage, police were at his home a few hours later, where he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed. This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I want to address it.
Is this a real story?
That this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's look at the facts.
Wow.
I don't think that there's any doubt that Freddy is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese. From the singing animatronics to the alliterative naming of the
I had no idea FNAF was based on a fucking real story. What?
Certainly the same. Next, what year does Five Nights take place? The time is certainly kept vague, but there are clues that we can put together. For one, the Chuck E. Cheese franchise had a tremendous period of growth and success in the late 80s and early 90s, but started to decline along the same time as arcades, with at-home video game consoles taking center stage. So that's one clue, but we can get even more detailed, specifically with your character's paycheck.
Is this
Each
room
night
the
you're
place?
working a
Okay,
6-hour
you'll tell me
shift,
where it is.
you're
Cool,
spending
thank
5
you.
nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4
The bite
an
of
hour.
Chuck E.
How could they
Cheese.
do that? That's below minimum wage for 2014. But in 1990,
For 2014.
minimum wage was $3.80. In 1991, it was raised to $4.25.
$4.20?
In 1996, you were looking at about $5 an hour.
Turn
So the
back
game
now.
seems to take place between 1991 and 1996. The Nathan
Aha.
Dunn story took place in 1993. But let's move on to the most important comparison. The
Fucking
victims. In
Five
the
Nights
there
at
were
Tung
5
Tung
child
Sahurs,
victims.
you
In the
terrible.
real-life story, there were also 5
Horrible.
victims. But we can get even more specific. Online theories about the game always tend to draw a parallel between the number of kids missing to the number of animatronics.
And the
saying that
number of
children's
nights.
Bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy breath sound effects, as though someone's trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed inside the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams. Additionally, as the news clipping mentions, the suits ooze blood and
Charles
stink
Entertainment Cheese.
like decaying bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits.
The
Seems like a
coffins?
slam dunk. But nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found. Also, the trouble a lot of people have with this theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless? So unlike the others. It's weird, until you go back to the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story. But of those, 1 survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen, miraculously survived the shot to his jaw. After he was knocked to the
The hell
floor
do
by
I do with
bullets,
this?
He went limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back to finish the job. And that relates exactly to the advice you're given on night 3 by the phone guy.
Try playing dead. You know, go limp.
Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to
What?
make light of the real-life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to.
How do I get rid of this fire? Do I have to come back here?
And what else is limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game? Golden Freddy. Surviving the attack, Bobby was able to go to trial and be a damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan Dunlap.
Put the torch where I got it.
Leading to his death sentence. Which
Okay.
animatronic surprises you by appearing randomly? The one you don't expect and has no clear pattern?
Me.
Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning
I'm
that
the
of all
animatronic you
cameras
never
in the
expect,
restaurant,
y'all.
One is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. That camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the
That's
attack.
also
So I
the
asked,
place where
coincidence?
Chica
Source of
makes her
inspiration. In
food.
fact, if you think
Do you
about
think
it,
she's
the
munching on Golden
animatronics
Freddy's
really
fucking
correspond with the
asshole?
features of each of the real-life story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest have strange parallels too. Bonnie goes into the utility closet filled with floor cleaning supplies, the most prominent ones being a mop and a broom. It's probably one of the most random rooms in the game, until you consider that Ben, the second victim, was vacuuming at the time
Fuck.
of the attack. Foxy is kept sequestered in the back of the building, behind a curtain, more aggressive than all the rest. Similar to the way Margaret, the manager, was in the back office counting receipts at the time of the murder. Her role as manager would inherently make her more aggressive or assertive. Sylvia was closer to the bathroom and was holding up the salad bar at the time of the attack. Chica walks past the bathroom.
Chica.
and
Chica.
And
Chica.
Fred, well, he doesn't have that strong of a parallel with Colleen, but he does appear in the girls' restroom. Odd for what you would assume to be a male animatronic. Maybe it's a reference to Colleen being a girl, or a nod to Nathan's plan of hiding in the bathroom until he was ready to attack. Alright, after doing all the research, reading every fan theory in existence, and putting all the clues together, what can this mean for the story of the game? I think the game is an allegory for that night back in 1993. Here's my final interpretation. You, Mike Schmidt, are the murderer. Former employee of Freddy's Pizzeria. Like Nathan in the real story, you were fired for the reasons stated in the Day 7 pink slip. Tampering with the animatronic, being unprofessional, odor. Maybe it was your tampering with the robot that
Your
caused
odor.
the fight of 87. Regardless, like Nathan, you were mad and wanted to get even. So you lured children to the back.
Sounds like he's saying Quora.
Killed them, stuffed their bodies into animatronic suits, hoping to get the place shut down, then left. Notice that the newspaper clippings never say it's an employee of the company luring the children away, but we know it must have been someone with access to knowledge of the employee's only section of the building. And as the newspaper clippings clearly show, just like Nathan, you were caught almost immediately, captured on the security footage. You were arrested, tried, convicted, forced now to live on death row. The Freddy's Pizzeria you worked in.
Nurhaya, I finished up FNAF.
Taunting you every night with the phrase, "It's me, it's me." It is you. You are the killer. The nightmare is also why everything is so surreal. Posters switching.
Yeah, this is RuneScape 3 with Matt Pat in the background.
Taunting you as the one that got away.
That hint.
Also why you're only at the pizzeria from midnight to 6 a.m. every
Within the pyramid lies the chamber of the feline and the rodent. Okay, cat and mouse chamber with a pool of water, and we need to use electricity on it.
Revenge on you and you alone as the one who took their lives, as evidenced by them completely ignoring the naked endoskeleton elsewhere in the building. It's also a place you can't escape from. Why you find yourself back there night.
I have not seen the Doom the Dark Ages DLC trailer, no.
Back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable to leave this terror, the threat of death.
Speaking of cats, I never told you what breed tastes best. I've never eaten any cats.
Your personal hell forces you to supervise the exact same security footage that led to your capture in the first place. But hey, that's just
a theory.
A game theory.
I thought Doom the Dark Ages was pretty fun. I played it at 200 speed in Ultra Nightmare. I'm not just like straight up opposed to eating cats. Oh shit, do I have to relight all of the torches again?
The game's developer, he's a pretty tricky guy.
He's a pretty tricky guy.
Get everything cleared up. Oh, and watch out for the puppet.
Hello, Internet.
No, I don't have to do all of them, just some of them.
Not to include any more gratuitous jump scares, unless that's just what I want you to think, so I can lull you into a false sense of security and scare you again.
You've ate some kitties. I've eaten some pussy before.
Going to happen or not drive you insane for the rest of this episode. Man, I love reverse psychology. You know what else I love? These games! Not because I'm freaked out by the rosy-cheeked, tingle-looking, emotionally dead animatronics. Okay, well, Balloon Kid is pretty messed up, but whatever. No, what I appreciate about these games is the level of thought that went into every element of the story. When you create a game that has people rage debating about whether it's a sequel or a prequel, you've definitely done something right. Unless that was never your intent, in which case you've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Anyway, the point is, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 looks to be everything you'd want in a sequel. More cameras, more danger, and more fans.
Okay.
But that also comes with more questions. Questions about the game's lore. And while others will provide you with the jump scares,
I will provide you with
everyone really wants
egg.
Answers. Well, maybe not everyone. What an elite, educated subset of you really want answers. So grab yourselves a slice of Freddy Fazbear's signature pizza, because we're about to dig in.
What is the signature pizza?
Cardboard. Let's get the big one out of the way first. Is the game a sequel or a prequel sequel? And what I mean by that is, contrary to popular belief, just because it has a big 2 slapped next to the name doesn't automatically mean the game comes after the first one in a timeline sense. It's a sequel, yes, but it tells a prequel story. For instance, these all-time classics, Psycho 4, The Beginning, Lion King 1.5, and the actual all-time
Lion
classic,
King
Godfather
1.5.
Part 2. All of them sequels that just so happen to also be prequels. It's not mutually exclusive.
What are those called?
So
Pre-sequels? C-prequels?
Timeline is crucial for understanding its story. Well, to figure that out, let's focus on the paycheck you receive at the end of your 5th night. The date places the events of the game in 1987.
See, Matt Pat, this is why we love you. You put all the pieces together.
Sounds like a prequel, but we found that date in the first game by calculating Mike Schmidt's hourly pay and comparing that to the minimum wage of the 90s. If Scott Coffin, the game's developer, is just picking random numbers for the payments, this bit of evidence would be meaningless. Except that he's not. At the end of Five Nights 2, you get paid $100.50. Divide that by the 30 hours worked, and you get $3.35 an hour, the exact minimum wage for 1987. Which means that us using
bite of
minimum wage
87
calculations to identify the year of Five Nights 1 is a perfectly valid way to prove it, and shows that it takes place
Marker
after the events
pliers.
of Five Nights 2. Still don't believe me? Players brave enough to
Still
survive
don't believe me?
Night 6 are rewarded with a bonus
Oh,
check and
whoa.
a newspaper clipping that says the toy robots are getting scrapped, and that the old ones are going into storage for a new, smaller scale version of the restaurant. That would explain why the old models reappear in Five Nights 1 and the toy models don't. And notice how it mentions a smaller version of the restaurant. The building in Five Nights 1 is significantly smaller than the setting of Five Nights 2. Need more evidence? What about the fact that on the first night in the office, the phone guy explains that the robots used to walk around during the day just like they do in Five Nights 2, but not anymore. Or the fact that phone guy dies in the first game, making it hard for him to also...
Phone guy dies in the first game?
If it takes place after. Call me the Phantom Menace, cause every way to Sunday, this
Okay.
game is a prequel. So with that revelation out of the way,
Oh my god. Is that the Hyperdroid one, or should we just watch
today
this?
we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8...
Yeah, I know Marksman can
years,
insta-kill
all
street
leading to this
cleaners.
moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet! Welcome
Just go to the
Game
channel?
Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the...
And look for what? FNAF, 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 FNAF. This is making it even more difficult to find something.
It's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friends, and I gotta admit, kinda nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018, back in the days when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, a death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It
Is goblincated.
So to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel. But when you look at the totality of this franchise, the story story of FNAF really boils down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way discovered the secret to eternal life.
Okay.
Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression. People were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest. Fourth highest unemployment in the nation and full of transients. People looking for work,
Transients.
finding none, and ultimately
That looks like somewhere we could go.
People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was
Too
one
bad.
thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called
That took me so fucking long.
Plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular
Okay, interesting.
cartoon style for characters.
I don't know
He was
anything
in
about
cartoons like
Dante's
Mickey
Inferno.
Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50
It's
cents,
free.
you get food and entertainment as you watch the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong
A
with it.
glimmer
The
of
simple
joy.
show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents like to call him William Afton. The bear
Oh
could
my
dance.
gosh.
Good sing.
Guys,
For decades,
it's
dreamed
William.
of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. Dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our
Hey, are you
characters would
V3?
be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario,
Oh, it's
is
V2
Afton's
again.
run at the singing show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. With a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life.
You're not getting away this time.
And for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch, and I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were raw, with seams and stitches visibly showing. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers.
Hey, DVD, Springtrap. I love Dead by Daylight.
This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story.
What the hell is that?
I suspect that it was actually the first.
What the hell is even that?
Everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate
He's a furry! William Afton is the ultimate
So the
furry!
fact that he's choosing to lure kids and kill them in this particular suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely William's, giving him a personal connection.
I will play it
That's
again.
all. In this wolf
I'm not gonna
franchise,
play it again right
the
this
characters
second.
have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Freddy, Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story. we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like everyone else, was turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point
What's
in time,
that?
and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, saw those
Psychotic
mascots
furry. True.
specifically. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally,
Fuck.
he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been
What?
perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots.
Okay,
Simple metal
replay
skeletons that were powered by
4-4.
battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic. Magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry
What
Emily.
skull?
This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids.
Yo,
A
Isaac.
band of characters featuring
V1 plush.
with a southern drawl named Chica, backed
Hello.
by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local
God.
swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But
Oh.
bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster. Especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are two key details that we're gonna have to justify with any mediocre melodies mentioned. One, they're very rudimentary with external batteries.
Oh my god, I'm looking at chat and absolutely missing.
And two, we know that at minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddy. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's idea. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off, Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly...
You're not getting away this time.
So it just has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike
Oh,
me
there was a
as
rodent and a feline. Okay, well, I'll go and do that again.
running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say,
yes, I'd
it
love
seems
to know
like they
something
might
funny.
actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew, posting one of the pages. Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of
Oh!
Cheese, with two rival
Oops!
restaurants, each with their own casts and one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call
Nice!
out rival
I
restaurants
accidentally P-ranked it when I was trying to do something else.
First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly.
That's so fucking silly.
The puppet carver, Chica is very
And all my friends have like 7-minute clear times.
implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her
Okay, I want to try to get that
Started with a theme of
challenge.
down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location. A detail that's bothered me for years at this point.
Did I do the challenge? I don't know if I got the challenge or not.
Kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. His stingy,
Bruh.
jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's party world over Freddy. William just couldn't compete with the appeal.
William couldn't compete with the cringy ripoff.
Bailed out by
Cringy corpo
Henry
ripoff.
Hemmel. Another insult. Another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton
Fucking easy, bro.
robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
That's it.
I'm sorry, Gregory. What is that?
Some characters was just
Okay, rip.
mediocre. So they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy
Yeah, the
Fazbear's
feline and the
Pizza
rodent
launched, giving a
is the
dedicated
thing
home
this
to all
time.
this new supporting cast of characters: Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself
Whoa.
2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that
Neat.
character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes
Nail.
and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and
Yes,
flexibility
nail.
while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. 1980.
Guys, the sound! He played the sound!
Restaurant franchises running: Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry have been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality.
So we didn't get the challenge yet,
Spring locks,
But I'm not too worried about that. I'm not trying to really P rank.
As designed by William, that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with
Yo,
workout,
Atzel.
the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras
Psychic Friend Fredbear.
Childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem.
Elder
with that. Michael was far from
Millennial.
the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it.
Guys, we're getting to the spot that we know about the story.
It was another day after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and
Sisyphus had the saw launcher.
Squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, William's son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown.
Sisyphus.
In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea.
Yeah, I
inspired by
got the
Michael
ass
constantly
rank.
leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good.
Yeah, I'm seeing. That's why I'm paying more attention to.
Trapped in his heart, finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence, and though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle.
Yeah,
Besides,
water
Freddy
levels.
Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly too. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering, even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to
Holy cow.
monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him. All for him, right? But cameras weren't enough.
Right?
He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry got Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as
Jesus,
humans
I'm
are.
getting
Reality
tripped
so
out.
easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than
Yeah, the FNAF lore.
They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. Who would make him sorry? So Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Ugh. God, that's so scary. What FNAF covers his Michael's wife?
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house.
You call that a house? It was like a morgue.
Hell yeah, Lolf.
You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free.
Yeah, but not as adult Michael Afton. You play as the kid
June
Michael
26,
Afton in FNAF 4.
Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first. But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found, and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next, but it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school. Throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more.
Someone talking in the background? That's Matt Pat
that one.
from Game
With no
Theory
more
talking in the
active
background.
animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cafe was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database, so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location with a plan in place. It was time to try once more. The year was 1987.
This is connecting.
New and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back without him? That was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No, as long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard.
I blow myself up.
Buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest,
golden
he used
rabbit.
his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building's on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. So this one just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics on the day shift.
Is that the bite of 87?
For him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons were fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be painted by Henry's disgusting
Stupid
art
robots.
Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. Scared, confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of death. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Olivia. Was she... Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand was permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old, broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself, but he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly, the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own.
I had no idea of any of this fucking lore.
Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door. Captain's mind grew. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate and neglected street. Didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling out of the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him. A security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage. And who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red. And Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe room will be sealed at most locations, including this one.
Okay. Henry just lets him die?
Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will, refused to die. Most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and re-established time and time again by the games. That said, there are 2 things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister Location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motors. It also allows Circus Babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle, location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important
Come
thing,
on.
the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break the
It said that you have to melee idols to kill them.
Down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he reemerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or
I can't get to the
himself some
statue,
reason
can
to
I?
return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually
There
was
we
some sort of
fucking go.
a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close. Far from it. But as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there
Oh,
was at
no.
least some element of communication between the two of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time, though, things felt different. William left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest. Thus, William prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened.
Alright.
Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. Never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in. Lost his brother, been tortured, and he'd known his father. Prideful, sad, angry man with petty, everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living
Hi,
with a
Siggy.
stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for Father. A failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby. His father's pride and joy.
Circus
Except
Baby.
something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive, somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be.
There's something bad inside of me.
His sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found
Yes, Matthew Patrick.
pictures of these animatronics, storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger
Nah, I ain't paying.
filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster.
I've been flipping coins at him. He doesn't seem to want them.
Around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring.
It's the challenge? Well, I can always replay it for the challenge. He doesn't seem to care about my
Literally rebuilding the family
payment.
that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context. Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones with his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all. They did not recognize me first thing. They thought I was you.
Always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were humans, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally,
Me
he would be able
too.
to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
Don't fight the ferryman. Okay, well, we would have to replay that.
Scooping room now. The
Let's go
scooper
replay
only
that.
hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to
Yeah,
the
that doesn't make a lot of
behind the wall,
sense.
William's
Why
method
is
had
his
become
daughter
increasingly
British?
sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with the soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about
Don't
to
fight
learn.
the furry man.
They looked like you. Then we could hide. If they looked like you, then we could have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game to pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael
Something is wrong. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several
I should be
months,
dead,
was not his
but I'm
he was
not.
forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst. Day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse. Alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple god. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen
This
down
is
there
so
in his
strange.
rock
The FNAF lore is real weird.
His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There's only one thing left for me to do now. You need to find me.
Michael had to correct the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter one by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how it worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed the new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the haptics. Anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurant. He lived in Korea, bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts. Each time at the end of his week's shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures, after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guard. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way he would show up here. Maybe finally, this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. He also liked how creepy Mike looked. Thought it was a costume. For the job. Little they knew.
Hey, let's be back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
Okay, we use the coin.
Mike considered giving up. He received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
Oh, fucking Christ.
Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie spring. And now his queen came of age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him.
Yo, Black.
Animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life. Their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else. But there was one that felt different from the others. One that was more than just a mere phantom. The security guard. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its
How do I do this?
It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building's
Yay!
5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's room.
talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee, restaurant ownership, and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 2.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract had ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a mission. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box, meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, Puppet, the robot Spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten him. First time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of it.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears.
God, that's so foreboding.
The darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. The flames danced around the office. Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop! Make it stop! William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them. A group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started the mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up. Once Henry had made them, but mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but just make out the words.
Try to release you. He tried to release us. I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. Will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where? The one that didn't kill. William thought he'd done a lot of other things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were bad. Now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, he actually
I did not watch Epic the Musical. I do not have enough time to do that.
Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will. His soul.
Why not? Because I basically don't have any time outside of stream.
And there, his consciousness lay inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one could suspect. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's good reason for that. I don't know him. There is no good way for me to make him fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair, Fazbear Fright, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burned. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia
Is this Gabriel again?
The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike's sister location in FNAF 6 based on in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on his drawings in the security log. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAF 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny.
Oh my god.
Michael? That tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist, and Julian, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally killed his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets Julian down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the game. In Sid's location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down the sister location, seen babies, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And we know that he's not going down into the bunker until the funtime animatronics of the main ready has been closed and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. That then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics that we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987, and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Fazbear Entertainment.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
Holding to contain assets reached their limit. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away before consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead. Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emily's and Matthews had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria. All of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except
Hey, you're trying to support you, deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days. Back when things in Italy were good, they'd had the perfect home, thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Is that it? Does the "I'm inside your walls" meme come from FNAF originally?
Admit it, you want it.
to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again. A time defined by mistakes.
I see, rocket launcher.
But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, contracts,
What is up with this clock on it?
The regrets, the happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But
so, like,
to rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had
that's
fucking
crazy.
The technology patents and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics, all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William
gathering remnant from
William
customers.
Everything in-house.
What the hell? I know remnant's like the thing that brings them back to life or whatever, but like what actually is it?
Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted mid-sized delivery company DLZ Shipping Solutions to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddy's for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. The Fazbear Funtime service, you'll always have someone watching you.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off.
Your statue. Get ripped.
But with new skins
Get
for new
wrecked.
holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhood. She needed a game, multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to
Oh my god, that was fucking cool as hell.
indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online. most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve
Oh!
just picked him out of obscurity. He's a desperate doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly, infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be...
Did it just kill itself?
Flashy. It needed to be a palace for children. A place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing
That's a cool level.
Finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious.
Main fire,
the one that was the first
alt fire, main fire, and then
Down in
parry.
this bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology. So that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world,
X-ray his metallic bones.
Human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated two brothers, sister, father, and the mother at the head
Am
of the
I
table.
hitting
The
it right?
one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition.
Fucking
But
hate
his
water
progress
levels.
was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties. All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building
giant
a
snake?
there over the
What the fuck was that?
place to hide what her true intentions were with the
I
entire
don't
operation.
like that a lot.
Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused with the fur-lined, hollow black sockets were eyes. A smell that reeked of burnt, bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. It was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was without her. Afton was practically lifeless. Man may not have been able to die, but he's about as close as he could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority. To be pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. They'd have to see if they had any spare body parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose. An empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit, 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to food. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her into it in the first place. but she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain
I
is a
missed.
series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate
Can parry the
that on a
dash.
standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner, someone who had backup plans to his backup. Sure enough, there buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been a client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation. Told us to scan it. Said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that we paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose.
Yeah, I see where
This
its
wasn't
heart
about
is.
VR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transfers, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There's just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp, he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had been. Sarah wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth, but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant, narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use. She was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill. Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mom look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mom. After she lost the Western case, you supposed to.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, a VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes, fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except,
No! I'm fucked.
what really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. She would do. She would be the one to say, "Dear old Daddy," just as the real Elizabeth would want.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Well, sure, she fought, fragmenting.
Oh, I see what you can parry. It flashes.
Game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had no pain. And with Vanessa as the 2-for-1 team, she was getting a daughter back while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. Just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had to keep tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse in the hands of the anomaly, she then had to possess Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLC shipping, the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the pizza place. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but if it comes directly from the CEO, it doesn't really matter. Husband, son, daughter, corpse, a robot, human. All that was left was Michael.
A corpse, a robot, a human.
The boy that killed her youngest. One that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. Well, she knew she needed him to complete the family. Something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when
Glamrock Freddy.
my friends are here, but I can protect you. I
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. You could feel it. And just like that,
Yo, Zach.
she'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William. They were there, finally. All
Thanks, Zach.
together again under one roof. The Aftons reunited. Happy. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended. Had it not been for a few unanticipated developments.
Oh.
For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots, greasy tears down their eyes, acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sound echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it was real. Then again, in the world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, why would she be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard.
Where's their big bean pillar? They're baked bean pillars.
Rockstar Road. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed. One of positive emotions, and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history. A collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, he would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory could have been her biggest mistake. That bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders.
Oh my gosh.
Requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade
Alright.
once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, and he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small hole. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the Nightmare Puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics,
I appreciate it.
Something would cause him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose as her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time and began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. There you have it, my friends. Nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023. Year of Fazbear Fright.
Oh my god. That was only in 2023? You mean there's more lore than that now?
We can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest.
Holy
So
shit.
let's break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing, and obviously the one that...
Yeah, I remember you from last night,
Mrs.
Zach.
Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC. Here's why I went with this route. Now, first and foremost, the head of Fazbear Entertainment is the single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who's okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies on this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeated themes, it would be pretty random and arbitrary. Between these two girl bosses, who then would it be? Well, Elizabeth always wants to please her daddy, so she'd be most likely wanting to bring him to life. But then, what's Vanessa's role in all of this? Vanessa is clearly meant to be a parallel for Elizabeth. Same hair, same eyes, similar backstories, but if the main goal is getting the Afton family back together,
Yeah, I know about that you can parry the cannonball.
then there's no need for Vanessa to be involved at all. We already have Elizabeth running the show. It would also mean that we suddenly have 2 robot kids running around, which feels narratively repetitive and quite frankly kind of dumb. Now look at Mrs. Afton. We know next to nothing about her outside of any clues that we can get from Immortal and the Restless and Bellora's song. But what her being head of Fazbear does is make every other piece of the lore fit. Suddenly, you can have one of every other type of character. One robot kid in Gregory,
scary
one
time.
brainwashed human in Elizabeth/Vanessa, one OG corpse in William, and one possessed animatronic in Mike. Narratively, it makes everything else cleaner. Legally, it's also the option that makes the most sense. As I call out in my narrative, she'd likely have some stake in the original
This
company
looks like
and all of its assets.
hell
If Fazbear
in a
folds
cool
as
way.
Company, I suspect a lot of it would return back to her. But there was one clue that really sold me on this particular direction, and that was this right here, in the post-it room. The big lore central of Security Breach, a dinner table scene with the whole family, including the mother. And not only is she there, she is at the head of that table, the position of highest honor and responsibility. She is the one in charge, with William being relegated off to the side. That one scene shows that we have to include Mom in there somewhere, and the only place it makes sense for her to be is at the top. Now, there is one big dilemma with my interpretation of all this. The Ultimate Guide really seems to point out that the head of Fazbear doesn't want the glitch trap virus to spread. They call out one particular email in FNAF AR where the legal team calls a cease and desist to all action about scanning the circuit boards. And even in FNAF VR, we're told that the circuit boards get stolen back by the client, presumably once they realize what danger is on them. Trying to stop glitch trap before he spreads and gets out of hand. Here's the problem with that, though. If the head of Fazbear doesn't want Afton to rise again, why'd they run the company in the first place? Why'd they build over the FNAF 63? Why'd they go through an elaborate cover-up to make the possessed Vanessa an important part of the company? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be the most inconsistent series of actions ever, but I did want to call attention to it since it seems to be the route that the official guide is trying to steer us towards. Moving on to minor point number 1, the Five Nights at Freddy's games were made by the Rogue indie developer. Here's the thing, FNAF VR opens with this line.
That's why we have recreated many of these completely fictitious scenarios, lies that you've been fed over the last several years, into a hilarious VR game.
It's recreating the lies told to you by the indie developer. And since Help Wanted has direct recreations of FNAFs 1 through 3, it means the games must be part of the fabrications that this developer made up. Also, all of this is heavily implied in the story of the same name, Help Wanted and Tales of the Pizzaplex, hence FNAF 1 through 3 within the lore of the series. Big swing number 2, the elephant, or ghost in the room, Charlie infecting the Pizzaplex. John from the channel FNAF has made some great findings about Charlie's influence over the Pizzaplex. The cables that look like the striped arms of the puppet, the nightmare-owned plushies that you find hidden across the Pizzaplex in weird places, the staff bombs with creepy smiles and in your dreams written on the front. All of these things scream puppets. Plus, the puppet mask not having tears in the blob seems to imply that Charlie's spirit exists elsewhere. She is still in play, and she has an important role, especially in Gregory's post-it room. The doors to the post-it room in the game's code are called Charlie doors. And inside, we see a bunch of lit-up nightmare staff bot heads. Suspicious, to say the least.
What did y'all say was under the platform?
Looking at the post-it notes.
Oh, there's a dual gun. Okay, I don't care.
In this room, but rather might be communicating with someone. A spirit, Charlie. Charlie's spirit seems to have pulled a poltergeist. So instead of controlling one thing, she's affecting a lot of little details, foundational elements of the Pizzaplex. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this in the franchise either. We've seen spirits communicating with people through physical writing in the survival logbook. So we know that this is an established means of spirit communication within this franchise. And I suspect that to some extent it might be Charlie's influence making Gregory go haywire. Which brings me then to my final and probably biggest controversy in recent FNAF history, Gregory as Patient 46, the evil robot mastermind. Now, I know when I first came out with this theory a year ago, people were mad. But here's the thing, you don't have to take my evidence points for it anymore. The recent Tales of the Pizzaplex story, GGY, basically goes and just outright proves it. In GGY, we find out about a boy named Gregory who's getting all the high scores in the Pizzaplex arcade machines. When therapists start to go missing, it's confirmed that GGY is the one that's working to bump them off. And when animatronics start getting corrupted by a mysterious glitch, GGY's letters are found inside the code. He even chooses the code name Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. But obviously, by the time of security breach, Gregory is working against Burn Trap, Vanessa, and the animatronics. Why? How? Well, it's not really clear. I tend to believe that something must have happened to cause him to either lose his memory or be reset in some way. Maybe it was Charlie talking to him in his post-it room. Maybe he hit his head. Maybe it was the connection.
Maybe he hit his head
on stage in Glamrock Freddy. Not exactly sure, and I don't think we have enough clues to solve any of it yet. But it makes sense from a story perspective why you'd start off evil on Afton's side and then switch to trying to destroy him and not knowing who he is in security breach. And with that, my friends, I'm wrapping this up. Congratulations, we are on page 40. 22,000 words of FNAF, baby.
Oh my god.
Myself a Tales of the Pizzaplex short story. Have I answered everything? No. Does everything fit cleanly? No. But does it feel like the best and most cohesive narrative for all these characters that addresses most of the evidence we're given? Yeah, for me, honestly, it really does. And let's be honest with ourselves, the DLC will probably come out later this year and prove me completely wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Then comes the movie, whatever. My descent to madness continues. And with that, my friends, we can finally rest. We can leave the demon to its demons with one final reminder that it was all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Alright, hey everybody, my name's P-Man. I just want to say good job to Game Theory.
Zach, you are overestimating my capabilities. What is happening?
Good job, Game Theory, and subscribe to Game Theory. Subscribe for more.
Game Theory. Let's start watching my watch later. Now. We're having a chill night, y'all.
Basically, you just throwing a whole bunch of in your truck and having a really flimsy story, you're gonna get caught and you're gonna go to jail. This is one of those.
Oh, it's these things!
That is incredibly nerve-wracking if you see a motor patrol vehicle in a lane right next to you, but they don't pass you, and then they get behind you. It makes everyone nervous. Even off-duty police get nervous when that happens, and we call it black and white.
Hey!
He take a long time to stop. We call that slow rolling, and definitely gonna raise red flags.
Ah! Jesus.
Good stuff here. I mean, this is interesting because a lot of times I haven't seen the super stand behind the D-pillar like that. Leaning up on the door, I like it a lot.
Fuck.
The other thing is he said following too close, which we've seen that in a lot of these stops. And he said if you're going 7, you need to be at least 7 back. And I'm guessing he means 7 car length. Someone in the comment section if you know exactly what it is.
You know the game's good when it allows so much to happen that it actually fucking cuts the audio out. Also, I think Sergeant Curtis is doing a collab with another body cam YouTuber that I like named Sergeant Steve, and I really hope so. That'd be super fun. Ah! Semi-pro cornhole? Are you shitting me?
I think he said he's in a cornhole tournament, that game Cornhole, and I think there's actually a cornhole in the backseat of the car.
Hell yeah. That is the most doom feeling area that we've yeah, I can turn on subtitles. Though I don't know how big they will be.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about this. The trooper goes all the way around to the driver's side, and an 18-wheeler whizzes by, and the driver's like, whoa, we saw a suspect push an Arkansas State trooper as soon as he exited the vehicle. That's a very dangerous place to be to conduct a pat-down. Can we just go to the quarter panel, right front quarter panel?
Subtitles of the game?
To us, their hands out to the side, and conduct an effective pat-down. Not this cursory just tapping, because with that kind of shirt, if I'm gonna do a pat-down, it should be an effective pat-down. Call them back to you, out of the street, right front quarter panel, conduct the pat-down, and then do what you gotta do.
So what I get pulled over for? So you were following, you're in the left lane, you were following a vehicle in front of you.
Ooh, a speedometer? That's fun.
Back that semi too. So I understand the traffic's congested out here today, but just need to give it. Everybody just like, just need to give it a little bit.
So much chaos going on.
Too close is definitely a charge. That charge and signaling simultaneous with a lane change or not with enough distance. Those are two things that people commit that violation quite frequently. And since I see it so much, I wanted to look up what the statute is in Arkansas, and I hope this is the most recent one, and please, I'm sure you'll correct me if I don't get it right, but I believe what it says is reasonable and prudent, having regard for the speed of vehicles and traffic upon the condition of the highway. So that seems somewhat subjective, but I did hear the trooper say if you're going 70, you need to be at least 7, and I believe that's 7 car lengths behind.
Where'd you rent it at? California? Yeah. How long do you have it for, do you know?
A couple weeks.
Okay. Where'd you say you played last night?
Santa Rosa, New Mexico.
Oh, okay. You gonna be on the road for a few weeks?
I have another week and a half. The 31st, I think I gotta be back around the 31st.
I don't really need all the techs, Zach. Not to be rude, but I will not likely use any of those fancy techs. Just because I tend to play things very simply.
Yeah. So it's a little more freedom than
I'm not a speedrunner type.
The trooper is asking some questions. They seem maybe just benign questions, but everything matters. Every question makes sense, and these guys are really good about what they do and putting the pieces together.
Have you ever had any tickets or ever been arrested before?
Speeding ticket when I was like 18.
Okay.
Ooh.
Wait, no, I got pulled over for speeding like 5 years ago.
Oh, really? Never been arrested for anything though?
Not in a really long time. Like as a kid, before I was.
Okay. Yeah.
Before I was 18. Though.
Yeah. So last name is Willis, W-I-L-L-I-S. First name David. Date of birth 1980-0512. 1980-0512.
There they are.
So here's an interesting thing about running a person that's not handcuffed in the front seat. We've seen a video where this
you're good.
happens. Where
I'm just probably a little bit too new to be able to do those, and in general I'm not probably as skilled.
On a law enforcement officer. It's a really interesting practice to have an unrestrained person in the front seat while conducting
Yo,
a
Ethan,
records check on the person.
not much.
Interesting practice, something that I've never done. I know that I've seen it done here, and again, it's not my stop, but something to take note of, just to learn how it's done differently someplace else.
While I was up there talking to you, I could smell a super strong odor in the car. Have you smoked in there or something recently?
It's maybe on my.
You smoke in New Mexico or something? Oh, okay. You use at all?
This was a FNAF thing, but we already have finished FNAF. Let me, in fact, I forgot to change the info afterwards, so give me 1 second.
Do you have in the car with you today?
No.
Okay.
So now the trooper told the driver that he smelled inside the vehicle, and the driver's on the phone with his wife. So that creates a situation for the driver, because now the trooper has the ability to go further with his investigation into the car.
All right, dude, you can just step out and stand over there. I'm gonna take a quick look in your car, make sure you don't have a large amount of. If you don't, I'll cut you loose, okay? I know you got on you. Just to be honest with me, that's the best thing you can do. I do this every day for a living, dude. I'm really good at it.
One moment, y'all.
Well,
just tell me what you got, and we'll work through it. It ain't no big deal. What you got?
Can I not have the car searched?
No, sir.
Yes, ULTRAKILL. No, I did not do any of the custom nights. FNAF honestly was not my favorite game to play. I just did kind of the base games and left it there.
Yeah. Okay. Is it a lot or a little bit?
For Minos Prime? What is Minos Prime?
I'm trying to work with you as much as I can. I mean, like, I don't know what a lot is to you.
Alright, good luck beating up that machine, Gabriel.
Like I said, dude, this is what I do every day, so... So just be honest with me, man.
A boss? I have not gotten to Minos Prime yet.
Okay. Well, look, I'm I'm gonna be cool with you. You've been cool with me. I'm gonna handcuff you in the front, okay? All right, I'm not gonna cuff you in the back.
So this is interesting because there is a lot going on with that smell of
Heck yeah.
vehicle. Is it enough for someone to do a search? We have 50 states, and every state has something a little bit different. There is an interesting case going on at the time of this recording. It's in North Carolina Supreme Court, North Carolina versus Dobson. The two things that stand out about that case, and please look it up, it's very interesting, is about dual odors and hemp smelling like, which is legal, which in some places is still illegal. Is that enough for an officer to be able to utilize that as PC? So read that case, it's very interesting. At the time of this recording, it hasn't been decided yet, and that case can go to the Supreme Court. So I know a lot of you like to hear about these laws, and I don't know which way it's gonna go, but it's gonna be about dual odors a lot and about the smell of hemp. And some states have ruled on that already.
Machine.
Figure me out.
One sec, guys. We gotta turn off Officer Curtis, or at least pause him.
Until the very sparks cry for mercy, my hands shall relish ending you here and now!
Ooh. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's after Gabriel. Bruh. I think we got him to half there. Okay, I'm not doing that right now. I'm not going for any P ranks until I beat the game. How the hell do I actually get fucking blood from him, bro? Oh. No, I was trying to punch and look how fucking low his health was. I'm at 1 health. How do I get any fucking blood back? Oh. Yo, Jose. Fuck you, bro. What? Ah. Where'd he go?
Twice beaten by an object. Twice. I've only known the taste of victory, but this taste is this my blood? I've never known.
Sure, you can let me know what the Easter egg is, but I don't know that I'll really go out of my way to get to it or find it.
We will meet again, machine. May your woes be many, and your days few.
Hit Gabriel into the ceiling. Nate. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit you. Gabriel. You're good, Ethan. My main thing at this point is just to make it through the game, and then we'll do P ranks afterwards. I beat Gabriel. Why is John ULTRAKILL in chat? You know, nothing much. Didn't miss much, Ethan. Ooh. Yeah, so there are actually 3 different streams going. They are all on the vertical stream. So the one on screen shows all of them, but they are on the other YouTube one that has #mobile on it. Mm-hmm. But they can't see as much as you can. Yep, it's on the vertical and then also on Twitch. But I have basically no viewership on Twitch ever. But if you guys have a Twitch Prime, it helps me out if you want to give me your Twitch Prime sub for the month. Even if you don't watch Twitch very much. What do you do, Pear? Who the hell is Thrag? God is dead. Yeah, no worries. There's never any pressure. I've never seen Invincible, unfortunately. He cuts the counselor's head off? Oof. He's fully turned against God now. I don't understand the significance of it, so I feel like I would just let him fucking date. Yeah, I've heard that The Boys is also very good, but there are some things in The Boys that I feel like I would have a hard time watching. I've watched the Fallout show, and I like blood and gore, but I don't really like rape. And I have heard that The Boys has multiple different instances of people getting raped in different ways for different reasons. So, dude, I don't know Thrag from Invincible. So without knowing Thrag from Invincible, I would say my thing is to let things go their natural path. I'm not saying that I want you to have, I'm not saying I want Thrag and Queen to pipe. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna stop it because I don't know them at all. I fucking love this. Also, anyone who knows me, I'm, well, I don't know, people who, even have watched me for a while might not know this, but I am pretty, religion is not my vibe pilled. So this game is very interesting to me that it's, like, basically telling, like, a religious story. You don't like mannequins in real life or in game? Mannequins in the Fallout universe are actually alive. I really should watch The Boys at some point, but okay. The door opens. Whoa! These things are fucking freaky! They are pretty gross, I agree. Fuck you. What? Oops. Yeah, I see why you don't like them. Put the blue skull where I found the red skull? I don't remember. Oh. Oh, fuck. Big Johninator? Who the fuck is Big John? Jesus Christ. Where'd he go? Ah! Bruh, what? Oh my god, bro. Bruh. What the hell do I even kill him with? I feel like I do. that was closer. Bruh! What do you mean hell is alive in this game? Oh, man. Yo, Day Dragon. Man, I'm actually fine. I like my current physical body. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Ugh. I like my physical body. My body is nice enough that I can post it on OnlyFans. No. Fuck, so close. Fuck. Maybe just use what? Ugh. Fuck. I grabbed onto that. Yo, Wyatt! No. Bruh. Fuck. Fuck. The revolver with a coin seems like my best bet. Really? It doesn't seem like it's doing... I guess it actually does seem like it's doing a bit of damage. Bruh. I need to get close to him. I feel like we're doing way worse with this. I don't know why you're saying that's the best bet. Where the fuck are you, bro? Why don't I do the coin with the rail cannon? Because I can't pull it off in time? How do I continue with the game? Like, give up and restart the level? Also, I'm less inclined to do that because you told me to do this. So, no. God, man. I need something close range. I feel like I need to legit just use, like, the shotgun. Yeah, no, the strat that I was using was working pretty alright compared to all this other shit. Dude, it didn't even grab him, it grabbed a rocket? That's pretty close. What? What? That is garbage. Yeah, that is dumb as fuck. Okay, well, we found a slightly better strat. Oh. A gate covered by foliage. Flamethrower wielding machines. Wow. That was not fucking worth at all. Why would I want to do this ever? Like, for a hint? What a fucking waste of time and effort, man. Ugh. All right. Damn. Is there any way to get in here? Oh, through the door. Looks like. Something seems weird. Ugh. Oh my god. This shit again. Big hand. Minotaur. Okay. That's it? Nope, it's not. Nope. Hey, we got the challenge. 66 restarts. I gotta pee, guys. Give me one moment. We can also probably turn Sergeant Curtis back on after I get back. He's been on a hiatus for the past little bit. Oh, I've been sitting crisscross applesauce. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. See you later, Antonio. Alright, be right back, y'all. I guess I don't need to do this, but let us, actually. And pee. I return. No more pee. Yo, good to see you, Mr. Caution Tape. Alright, let's resume Sergeant Curtis.
Your driving behavior wasn't very good, though. Like I said, I do this for a living every day.
I do this for a living every day.
Check the trunk.
Yeah, it's like, couldn't even open it. Closed it. It's like, bad. Yeah. Real bad, man.
It's all good, dude. Hey, we're gonna work through it, man. I promise. It'll be alright.
That's not what you want to see if you're the suspect sitting in a car handcuffed and Arkansas State troopers just opened your trunk. It's not what you want to see. This guy didn't even try to hide it. He's got these guard bears in his trunk. He's got the cornhole game in the back seat. Some people
cornhole
crimes just boggle the mind.
Good job, dude. He told me it was loaded.
Dude, that's a decent amount right there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
How much you think it is?
Whoa!
100 pounds.
Wait, is this a fucking Borderlands? Or not? Yeah, is it Borderlands? A Borderlands reference? Or Bioshock, not Borderlands. Sorry, Bioshock. A Bioshock reference with this guy?
Do you have anything of value in the vehicle? Like, do you have a large amount of money or anything like
Thank
that?
you for the tip with his shield, by the way, Gabriel.
Okay.
It's almost as if you're helping the machine to beat you.
Couple $100.
Wow.
Where are you going? Are you really going to Forest City?
Yeah, that's where I stopped. Yeah, that's where I'm going.
You're just going there to drop that off and going back?
No.
Where's that going?
That's going.
Oh.
I'm going to a hotel. And
You don't have to tell me like the exact address and like it's going to Ricky and like. I'm just curious, like, what's the destination city for it? Knoxville, Tennessee. Okay. There's you coming in at 11:51. There's you going out at 5:30 this morning.
Where?
Well, that's a picture of you up there. On the interstate.
Going in where?
You're coming out of New Mexico there at 5:30 this morning. Pretty cool.
Into Texas?
No, that was New Mexico.
Going into New Mexico?
You went into New Mexico, looks like yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday morning.
11:51 a.m.
Oh, I guess that.
Yeah, and then 5:23 this morning.
Great Britain.
Headed this way, at least.
Well, you're able to pull up the license plate and then
all I gotta do is go back, run your license plate through here, and it shows me everywhere you're doing, and when you hit
What about Great Britain?
and all that. I can do it on any car out there.
This
Is it still great?
About a couple of things. Technology and police
Anyone who
intuition.
live in
I've
Britain
always
right
wanted to
now?
come discuss this, and when I teach a lot of times I talk about police intuition because it is a thing. The officer mentions that it's a cold
Jesus.
stop. So basically he didn't
cold
have any tips.
stop.
He just has some
Big
really
clock.
good tech and he has his police intuition as the investigation goes on. So it's public knowledge that police can run plates and it can tell where a vehicle has been, where it's entered, what state it has been through. When it hits those flock cameras, the officers know where the vehicle's been. And if the story doesn't match where the vehicle was, then that's going to raise red flags. That is a phenomenal piece of tech. Some people don't like it because it's like big brothers watching you, and I get that people can feel like that, but it's a piece of technology that police utilize. But what happens is, and there's a debate about
Police
how
do
open
utilize
policing,
it.
Before all of this technology existed, police operated off their intuition and said, you know what, if something doesn't feel right about that vehicle, conduct a stop, and then they go forward with the investigation. So this officer is showing both. He's showing that he conducts this misdemeanor stop, uses his intuition and technology.
Oh,
and finds
the
this
challenge
guy
is to not kill any enemies?
vehicle.
Okay.
The conversation
Well,
is
we
very
already fucked that.
enlightening, and you can learn a lot, especially people considering doing this. how
Sounds good.
easily you can get caught at some point.
This is the first time you ever done this?
it's like a little bit more.
Was it your second time?
Seemed pretty easy.
You get paid pretty good, I imagine? What, 4 or 5 grand?
My stuff.
Huh?
It's my stuff. I have property. I have 40 acres that I live in.
Oh, you grow that?
That's my
How is that possible? It puts you in a combat encounter.
So I'm tearing down the new houses. Everything actually, I just sent all the pictures to the county. It's all tore down. I'm losing the property because I had to pay $30,000 for the property. But California, and I was like, I tried to go legal, and didn't work out.
This is the first
Is there not a combat encounter if you don't fight earlier enemies or something? There's a hole outside. Ah.
It's super congenial conversation. You would think these two guys were sitting next to each other at a bar having a beer or just discussing anything. Yet it's a guy who has over 100 pounds of in his trunk and the trooper that's making the arrest. And they're just being completely friendly, congenial, and having an open and honest conversation, which makes sense. The guy's like, listen, I'm caught. Why am I going to try to be a jerk off to the trooper? Kudos to the guy at the very least for being a respectful human being and being honest. You can learn a lot from this stop.
The oxidizer spray did not help, dude. That stuff is stout. It's definitely some high grade.
Well, it's greenhouse.
Trooper mentioned the oxidizer spray. I don't know if that guy used it, but that can be used when an officer is conducting an investigation to develop PC on why they want to potentially search a car, because those oxidizers, especially if there are multiple canisters of it and a strong odor of it, that can be part of a puzzle to look further into investigation. That not in and of itself, it can be part of the pieces of the puzzle to build that bridge to be able to get your...
You saw across? Oh. Well, if I inevitably lose this one, I'll go look again.
You have to pull parts every single day to make it think that it's going in the flower. So you just plant them and you feed them nitrogen, get them big enough, like waist high. Deprivation. Yeah. So then they can, you can get a couple of runs a year, and in a greenhouse you can get like 100 pounds in one greenhouse.
Have you ever been arrested for it before?
Where do you see a cross?
Now that I think about it, now that you ran it, I didn't even think about that too, because it was like, I got some community service and stuff, you know? It was a misdemeanor, and it was for growing, and my attorney was like, either you take a intent to sell or cultivation. And I was like, well, which one? He was like, well, take the cultivation, because if you ever get in trouble again, or take the intent to sell, because I never had any scales, I didn't have the weapons or nothing like that, and it was, I don't know, California's lesser charge, you that's so,
yeah. I'm gonna turn the camera on you so I can. I'm not gonna put you in the back seat while we go to jail. I'll let you sit up here.
Nuke.
Last little taste of freedom for a long time. You've been cool when you're trying. I'll tell you back there. There's not much room at all. 100 pounds is really not that big a deal. So we're not. Well, this side of the country probably. Yeah, I mean it's bigger than it is in California, but I mean like they're not gonna take a couple pounds.
Okay, so I want to talk about something, I really don't like when the words get beeped out because of YouTube. I really wish I could just speak through this because it's really essentially for training. I'm not trying to glorify any of this behavior. I just wish that we could just say the words. When it comes to trafficking green stuff and white, the trafficking weights in most jurisdictions are different. And to give you an example, in my jurisdiction, when I was on the streets, a trafficking of was 100 pounds. So think about 100-pound human being, small person. The trafficking weights for white, 4 grams, not 4 ounces, 4 grams. 100 pounds of green, 4 grams of white. So it shows how the law looked at the differences between the two.
You guys were all no, I promise we weren't, because you guys were all like,
where'd you see somebody else at?
No, just here, like all troopers, but I'm in the black car right here, right? But all the white troopers were all lined up like jagged, like point, like different than they usually.
Oh, and like way back there?
A mile behind you, there was over the last 10 minutes, there was just a lot of these troopers were all pointing on this side too.
So what I do is I work interdiction for the state police. So
what does interdiction mean?
I don't write speeding tickets and I don't look for stuff like that. This is what I look for every day.
So the trooper mentioned he's not tipped off. This was just good policing. And I say the saying, the old school police saying, take care of the misdemeanors and the felonies will take care of themselves. Find a good misdemeanor car stop, conduct the car stop, police intuition, a little bit of tech, and you end up with an arrest like this. You've seen other arrests. That process works. But this guy, I feel a little bit bad for him. In spite of the fact that he made a horrific choice, I feel bad for him. He seems like a nice guy.
Get out of here!
He's gonna miss his son's birthday, so I feel bad for the son that the dad is missing.
Are you
his
depressed,
birthday for something
asshole?
like this. People gotta make better choices. The law is the law, and some people think that shouldn't be illegal. Well, right now it is, and if you're gonna end up in jail, is it worth it? It's not. It's definitely not worth it. I looked up on the original video, which is pinned, he got a 60-month suspended sentence, and they
You killed a shiny Mew? God fucking damn, in what game?
But you can click on that video if you want to see what it's
What an L.
Better choices. If you know someone that's gonna do
Yeah, guys, make better choices. Don't traffic drugs.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and click on the video that's on your screen for more content just like this.
Well, today's going to get very interesting because going up against...
Yeah, sorted food. We love British people.
Award-winning chef, restaurateur, and holder of a Michelin green star, Chantel Nicholson.
Welcome. Thank you. Chef, how are you feeling? All good. All good.
Fuck.
I've played this game once before, so I'm taking a slightly different tack this time. A winning tack, obviously.
Pokemon Blue.
I'll set the bar, and you can see if you can beat it.
Once a chef, always a chef.
Right, chef.
On top of what building?
The category is store cupboard saviors.
So my store cupboard savior changes frequently, but right now...
Ooh,
Tongue. Strawberries? What is it?
Magnolia.
Pickled magnolia.
I don't get the opportunity to forage very often, but when I do, I double down on it and I tend to do loads of stuff with it. But this year,
a whole bunch of magnolia. It was everywhere over London. I stole a lot of it, and I've done lots with it. This is pickled, and I think it's absolutely delicious.
You've really tugged on my heart.
Yo, Ness. Oh, Ness. I'm Ness. Gabisness, as my name says. Yo, Wes.
God, I'm pretty strong.
It has that gingery flavour. There's no ginger in there, but it behaves in a way like a local seasonal ginger alternative, because it's difficult to grow ginger in the UK. We import a lot of it. It's great.
Okay, I'll go on top of that building.
Sushi, like fish dishes, this is a really lovely touch. So a simple sort of poke bowl with some marinated salmon, some edamame beans, some radish, some rice, but a little bit of that pickled magnolia just helps set it all up.
Interesting.
Dantel, how are you rating this pitch?
Well, given I literally just did this 2 weeks ago at the restaurant, I'm like
He's been
definitely tugging on my heartstrings.
Did you post about it?
Maybe I did.
Maybe.
I'll be honest, this year it has really, I feel like so many people are talking about it, more than previous years, even so. It seems to be a bit of a trend this year, which is why it's this. Last year it was elderflower. Year before I did the lacto-fermented wild garlic buds. It kind of changes to me what mood I'm in and what
you walk past on the street.
and literally what I commute past and just put in my pocket.
Yeah.
What is first past Instagram? Yeah, basically, yeah.
So the question, of the 4 slots, where are you putting pickled magnolia? I've got, just to let you know, I've got 3 more excellent choices to come.
And once the slot's gone, it's gone.
I'm not sure if you're going to have anything else that
What do I do with this?
local, seasonal, and bright pink. I mean,
Ticks a lot of boxes.
ticks a lot of boxes.
Question is, where's it going?
Which position? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Oh, straight in! No way!
And ladies and gentlemen, the game ends there.
Yeah, I mean that is right up my street.
Whoa! The question is, will you get a first shot #1 with your item?
Oh.
I'm not sure it's something he's ever had before. So maybe that gives
You
it
have to
some-
be good at whiplash.
Let's bring it on.
I don't even know what whiplash is.
A naked oat.
A naked oat.
A naked oat.
I want to start cooking more often, but I don't have enough time, y'all.
I've heard
I need
and the great things they're doing.
I need to be a self-sufficient streamer to stop it being a system admin, or be a complete like system admin to stop being a streamer. And then I'll have the time.
It's a bit less fibrous than
Grappling hook.
anticipate, but it's an amazing
Oh.
flavor carrier.
I feel like I could be good at the grappling hook.
Try it.
Okay, we've got a couple of ways.
Excellent.
I'm gonna ask you, so we're gonna improvise here, to borrow some of your magnolias and syrup.
Excellent. I think she's using a #1 to increase her chances of a #1.
So we're gonna start with the savory version. Rich chicken broth. I did just kind of boil the
Weird
oats
ass
first.
map.
Finish them off with the chicken stock, bit of chili crisp, and some coriander. It's literally a bit of a honey bowl.
So they take a little bit longer to cook because they've got the whole
Still got
grain.
the kind of huff.
Yep.
Hull. But I think from like a really simple something in your cupboard.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And an amazing texture.
It's so nutty, right?
It's nutty, it's grainy. It does that kind of brown rice, pearl barley kind of vibe. With that, it's got a bounce and a chew, but not in a
Where did you come from?
Yeah.
Just a bowl of stodge.
You know, we'll have your breakfast egg porridge.
Yep.
Soup porridge.
And that's what this is the sweet
This
version.
is kind of like a sweet mix. It's a bit like a rice pudding. There's a bit of burnt honey in there.
Boys, you're going to have to taste this, and then I'm going to have to decipher where it's going on the board.
Oh. Wow, that smells instantly incredible.
At the red skull, the top is breakable.
Dish tastes
Nuttiness, right?
I don't even know what it tastes like because that dish is amazing. Evers has got a tough job.
So here's my issue.
I got sniped.
Where do you start? Big fan of them.
See, I don't have any time in the morning. That's the issue. Like, it's not that I don't have time to, like, spend a lot of time cooking. It's that, like, I don't even have time to snack with how fucking much... Like, I don't have time to go to the store.
How's that feel? 3.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
But it was definitely something I've never had before, so
my god!
Yes.
Really make it icy.
So for my guilty pleasure, doesn't quite fit under a cloche.
Instacart?
But I've brought.
I could, but I don't want to spend any money. Like, I would rather just not eat than spend extra money having someone else get my groceries for me.
I now open has to count. It has to be more than just a glass of wine. It has to add to the journey of wine. So this is my periodic table of wine.
Oh my gosh. That is genuinely funny. You look disgusting.
Wow. What? That's the quickest way.
Go to behind the red screen. I will in a second. I wanna fucking.
I would love to get to a place where you could say to me Malbec, or you could say Sangiovese, and my mind knows exactly, typically, the typicity of what that grape would do.
The
So it knows what
typicity.
different grapes are doing.
Okay.
And therefore, I go out to find the most typical example of either a region, Sancerre, or a grape farm, Viognier. And you build up this bank of knowledge, and that's why something like this represents a guilty pleasure, because you open the bottle, and you enjoy the wine, but it actually adds something to it. The other example is when you take something that is completely out of the box, which is why I've also brought a bottle from Renegade Winery. Because if I said to you what is the typicity of Cabernet Sauvignon,
Ask me about Bud Light.
berries, blackberries, depending where it is, eucalyptus, you might get some
Ugh.
pepper, you definitely probably going to get some barrel kind of oaking. You have an idea roughly what a Cabernet Sauvignon is going to give you. And then wineries like this do that with it.
Did you have a Renegade bottle last time?
I did, but this is about a guilty pleasure that is either absolute typicity or something that breaks every rule, because that is Cabernet Sauvignon, grown in Herefordshire, which is not where you should be growing Cabernet Sauvignon.
How do we
And they've turned it into the most incredible
get the
white
cart
wine
over here?
because they run off the juice, and it doesn't have that skin contact, and you still get that slight berry flavour, but also this real kind
Like,
of
how do I put
zingy,
this down?
almost sherbety, they describe it as white wine. Have you had Karen before?
That's how.
I think I have had Karen. I think I tried Karen a few months ago.
Oh yeah, because they name them like Topshop named jeans.
And again, my pitch is, as a guilty pleasure, nothing should ever be guilty if it's something you like, but I'm definitely drinking a lot less wine because I'm no longer just drinking a bottle of Blanc.
Can I just gauge
A bottle
where
of
you
Blanc.
are with this pitch so far?
Well, see, again, I feel like this is
Stalking.
cheating.
Why is this cheating, Chantal?
Because I've drunk Renegade wine for many years now.
What?
I know Warwick. I love what Renegade do. Obviously, I need to remove the emotion from
the reality.
actual product.
I can tell you seem stumped.
I'm a bit conflicted. I'm a bit conflicted.
Welcome back, Mr. Caution Tape.
Karen is number 4.
Why 4?
Well, I appreciate the story. I appreciate this.
Oh!
But I do feel like there's probably going to be 2 other things that I might not necessarily know about.
Okay, so you're looking for the new.
They're all great choices. That was number 4. Damn it. Let's see what you got.
It's a 2-parter, but fun and delicious.
Fun and delicious.
Nope,
Okay.
because this is a YouTube cooking show.
It's nearly a crisp sandwich.
And we watch Sorted a lot on the member streams as well. Some of the music I may get copyrighted for, but I'll just mute that section of the VOD.
That's amazing.
All of the timers have to be active. I don't know what you even mean by that.
Here at Beacon, near East London, near all things I love. They are also around the corner from my fishmonger, so sometimes we get barrels of gin without it.
Man, are fishmongers a thing in, like, fucking Illinois? Like, can I find a fishmonger? Or do you have to be, like, a rich person or live in a city to have a fishmonger?
It's a potato farm
It was.
that was making Chase vodka.
Yes.
Then they started making Chase gin, which leans very carefully into all of this. And then they had lots of potato trimmings spare, so they made
Yellow
crisps.
grapple
Or there
points
was
are
zero in that, they made
timers.
crisps,
No, they
and then
made
the
crisps.
trimmings became the
And
alcohol.
then they made the vodka.
So these are meant to be.
Sometimes I can ask a question about the genesis of this. When was the first time that you put these together? And did you do it purposefully? Did you go, do you know what would go really well with this as a chef understanding flavours?
When I had my previous restaurant, we had a bar downstairs. do a snack and pairing. And so I literally had about 10 of them.
Did Sig get the computer? Sig's had a computer for a while.
Like a good roast chicken and thyme crisp with a Chardonnay. Like a Burgundian Chardonnay.
Probably about a year at this point, Sig's had my computer.
Is a pickled onion mushroom. Oh, yes! And there was like, I think it was like a, because obviously I didn't grow up here, so I'm not familiar with the crisp.
Fuck.
So I did have to do some heavy crisp research.
Yep, and these things are important. I'm a big fan, and again, it's a celebration of local.
Bitches just came out the wall.
If you know the farm, the story, the origin, that they also care. I think it's a great thing. Where's this going? It's so bizarre. You have to come up with the top 4. You do it on a very personal basis.
You do.
On what it matters to me, and then you're pitching it to someone else. I feel like so far you're also just picking my top. So I think it's a strong, sophisticated, and kind of doesn't matter, no one's looking, it just works. Number 2.
Oh, did you get yourself wide open there? Yes.
There's something terrible and something excellent still to follow. I think it has to be. It's delicious. I love it.
Well, time for the next category. An expensive purchase.
So an expensive purchase. This is a bit of a segue.
You guys.
Peas. And a delicious Tuscan pasta. Arguably the most humble of food, but my expensive purchase, and the thing that I think everyone should do, destination holiday placing higher. So the expensive purchase is take yourself away for a weekend to a cuisine that you love and just feast. And I've just got back from a week in Tuscany, quite literally on my own for a week, just loving and enjoying and eating local food. And this was something that was literally served on the table next to me and blew my mind. It was fresh peas. Now as a chef, we love them, but they're a fiddly job in the kitchen. Not this restaurant, the diners did the popping.
So the expensive purchase is a holiday?
Yeah, take yourself away for a treat, but food as the reason going.
Where else to go?
Again, we're speaking the same language. It doesn't have to be further afield, it could just be expensive. Treat yourself to a tasting menu somewhere of a place you love. Just go on your own and treat yourself. Go on a city break with someone or on your own and just focus on food.
I mean, I prefer.
And there's something about peas.
No! No! Fuck, bro.
This is unreal! How have you done this? This is unreal! I feel like you're almost annoyed at how actually convincing he's managed to be.
I mean, I think I do that anyway.
It's just a given. It's not worthy of a board at all. Say it.
Man, all these people are talking as if they could just go and have like a holiday. Go and have food whenever they want.
Flying out. Oh, 3, okay. You're top out.
I would definitely change those around if I could, but...
I feel like I broke a few rules that probably deserve it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hydrate. Yeah, I'll hydrate in just a sec.
Yeah.
Right now.
I feel like it's going to be the top.
Okay.
It's something that I think is worth spending.
Yeah, Sig has been using the computer fuck to do editing and clips and stuff for me.
Yeah. Excellent olive oil. Again with excellent values. So not only does it taste great, but it just means
It reads with music, and it almost came in like a wine. Yeah.
They do every
You repurpose the bags, yeah, and then you pour it out the stack.
Yeah, you can get a subscription. So you can
refill.
put this in your postbox.
So why this?
Or a delicious. Like that's kind of good. But it was set up by someone who very much wanted to focus on predominantly women.
What?
Growing olives enthusiastically.
Excuse me?
There's a genuine relationship there. I think for me, it's that kind of trust that actually that what they're saying they're doing, they are actually doing. You know, you can get olive oil that's probably half the price, but I think what this can do and how it can change something is worth it.
So this is in the expensive category.
Yes.
How much is a bottle?
Some of them are about £3, I think. They range from like
expensive olive oil. Yeah.
Expensive olive oil.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck.
So working left to right.
You're working second shift now?
Sicilian,
How are you liking it?
South African. It's one of those things. I think there is a.
If you want, like, what is there to help with regarding the maze?
It's the same for olive oil, but I'm just not as sort of up to date with it. It's kind of grassy, it's peppery, but it's not that fiery, spicy grassy. It's not that one.
Yeah.
Others will be, but that's not that one.
Yeah.
Is that the Greek?
Yeah.
Would you say that's got a typicity of the Greek olive oil? Got a problem here, Ben. Big one.
Oh, I've got the first and the last. What's the last category?
Kitchen gadget.
I think for all the reasons we've discussed,
Oh boy.
taste and quality aside, the people, the passion, the values, olive oil plus has to be number one.
Oh, I don't care. I like fighting.
This isn't looking good for your last one. Final round?
Final round, kitchen gadget.
So for my kitchen gadget, I just need to put a little caveat up. We have recently...
Mr. Caveat here.
We have recently done some pretentious kitchen gadgets on the channel, and they kind of lean more into artistry and artists' work as opposed to a functional tool. This is both. These
Yeah, that makes sense.
fantastic handmade espresso
I would
cups
not.
and a
I would not
little
really
cup
like
that I
that.
bought many
I'm a
years
pretty.
ago
I
from
feel like I'm
Doctor,
cold
who
physically,
was
but very
just
warm to the
mesmerising.
touch.
Handmade, and John, the potter, he does not need to be doing it
Oh,
anymore.
I got an
He is
email
an
to
old boy.
every single one of my
He
emails
could
at
have retired
once.
long ago, but he does it for the love of it. And when we met him, I just had to buy some stuff for
Okay.
him. And any time that I'm at home and I will sit and have a coffee at the weekend, for the last 5 years since I bought these, they're always in these. And
Slenderman
as a kitchen gadget,
looking
it's actually
level.
just a chance to reflect and be a memory of a time and a person. And what I like about it is, unlike something you can buy that is exactly the same and they produce 20,000 of them a week, every single one of these is unique.
He's say up there. I mean, you can't say anything bad about John now, can you?
I know.
Let me show you John. Let me show you John. Let me show you John. This is John's work.
Emotional blackmail.
Down in Cornwall. He does it for the love of it. He doesn't charge enough for what he makes. What he makes is art, and actually he pretty much just covers his costs, and he carries
Feed
on in
what
his little
blood?
workshop, making the most phenomenal
The
stuff.
tree?
It's a gadget that I come back to time and time again.
Well, again, tugging on the heartstrings.
Shocker, is it a gadget?
Well, see, this was just exactly what I was thinking.
Oh,
What
it
is the,
bloomed.
Definition of a gadget?
Is it something that makes the job easier? I challenge you to drink espresso without a cup.
I could do it. You know, we should have spoons.
So I
you
do
know,
think that's
everything.
true. I do think crockery and glassware and the like is very important. You have restaurants. How much care and attention do you put into the thought behind the crockery and what you're serving your food on and in?
100%. I also do love. I've done a bit of pottery myself.
Oh, have you?
He knows. He knows you have.
Do you know what I mean?
He's been watching you 24/7.
Yeah, like, I only have one spot for John, and I'm actually quite happy that this is John's spot in some way.
John Pottery.
Well done. Locked in.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John, for your pottery.
What's your last place?
Is it a gadget?
So this is my gadget that I use most often.
And well used, I can see.
Well used.
Stick blender
This is my one
with
from home.
the wounds and scars of battle of many years.
Not just any stick blender.
Not just any stick.
No.
So
It looks aggressive, this one.
What I love is that it's very compact. And because you know the ones that you buy from that have got like, they're just like big and quantity.
Yeah.
They're just massive, big.
Thick shafts. I'll do it for you.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up, Evers. Thick shaft.
There's also like the circumference of just going into things.
Yep. Okay.
Is wonderful. And they also have like I think like a 10-year guarantee warranty. So if it breaks, you just literally send it back.
What's the brand, sorry?
Barmix.
I rarely see stick blenders as one and not detachable shafts.
But also, you know, some of them are so aggressive. They're so noisy. I'm just like.
I think as long as you throw the cable over your shoulder when you wash
Aha.
I was just about to demonstrate that's how you wash them. You throw the cable
Where
over
are
your
the
shoulder
street cleaners,
and you
though?
put it under the tap.
And what if this counts as foliage?
A non-egg mayo. Using aquafaba. This is going to be a miso.
Speaking your language, miso mayo. I'll be stealing this.
Because I think that was a favourite.
Gosh, I want a stick blender, but there's a really specific stick blender I want. Check out my, if you're ever thinking about getting me a gift, check out my, wish list page.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's on my donations section of my website.
You saw how it's made, it's just oil.
But that South African olive oil as well.
You can taste it.
Really taste it through that.
And so you don't need much. I think that's the bit you can use it as a seasoning versus.
I don't know why, Ben, but I've got a funny feeling you're going to be tasting a lot of miso mayonnaise battles moving forward.
A mayo off.
Split miso mayos. Fair point.
Now, I appreciate it is more than just a stick blender. It is a loved piece of engineering that lasts and lasts. And what I love about the fact you brought it, because
Foliage can still be filled with souls of the damned.
It means so, like your personal one, it means so much that there's a great author, B. Wilson, who's written a book called Heart Shape.
Oh yeah, they fight each other.
About the kind of memories and sentiments you put to the most basic of kitchen items. I feel like that's what it's done to make deliciousness. It doesn't deserve 4th place, but I'm afraid that's all that's left.
So now, having both of you ranked each other's items, is there anything that you would change but you can't?
Yeah, I'd change 3 and 4.
I definitely think in terms of usefulness as kitchen gadgets go, Stick Blender deserves more than 4, but I wouldn't know what you'd move down because they're all so great. Great job.
Thank you, chefs.
Yeah, well done. Well
Thank
done.
you, Chantel.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Chantel.
Playing our silly games.
Thanks for having me.
And also teaching us
Fancy people talking about their fancy food things while I'm just sitting here, like, not even eating. I'll probably have a, what do you call them? Butterfingers ice creams bar later.
Our chefs in for rank, then let us know in the comments down below. Thanks, guys. Nice one.
Every killer in DVD comes equipped with 20 unique add-ons ranging in rarity and effectiveness. Regardless of add-on strength, the most iconic ones in the game are iridescent add-ons. Each killer has access to two of them, and they are the hardest to come by, both in rarity and cost. Some of these can make incredibly strong killers even stronger, and there are ones that you have to question why they are even in the game. One thing that you don't always see, though, is double iridescent add-ons. A lot of them don't make sense together, but there are some combos that can be both incredibly strong.
Get out of here, robot.
And that is exactly what we're doing today. I want to do some of the best
I'm not ready for fraud.
and show off their
Thank you.
Obviously, there are more than what I showed in this video. If you want to see a part of this, let me know in the comments below. If you end up enjoying this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe.
Tony showing us some silly DVD stuff.
This one's gonna be surprising, but we have another raid build. Wow, shocker, I know. But it's mainly because I want to showcase what I think is one of the most underrated add-ons in the
Underrated.
that I don't see enough people running. And first off, with one, we're going to take the Coxcomb Clapper. You saw that in the last video. It makes the wailing bell completely silent, which allows us to sneak up on people. But the underrated is the all-seeing spirit, which when you are close, you get to see the repair progress of generators by their intensity. They'll start off white, and the more progress they get, they will become more.
What is the foliage these motherfuckers need to burn?
Take anything else, and we're not. So first off, we have Surge for a little bit of gen regression. Then we have Sloppy Butcher to give people mangled and hemorrhage, make it harder for them to heal. Then we also have Mindbreaker, so that when we go to those gens, they will not be able to like sprint burst away or
Not the
any
trees.
exhaustion
What
burst.
is it?
And then finally, we have Pain Rescue, so we have double gen regression on here. Don't even need any aura reading. The all-seeing is going to be what we use, and you're going to see it's a lot of value. All right, we're on the Eerie Pro. This going to also provide some good stuff. Nice, hello. Are we just gonna drop this pallet now? We are. Really? Interesting. Okay, alright, down she goes. So, no jolt proc as they spawned on the other side of the map. But this is gonna allow us to also sneak up and also get more value from Mindbreaker, is being able to see the gens that are worked on. As soon as I cloak here, boom, you can see it's that gen, as well as the one over to the left there. I think I'm gonna try to approach from behind here. Maybe there's like some blockage.
Will they come this way?
See, right there, he's not aware. There's no shot. Leon knew I was right there. I was sneaking up on you, Leon. Good boy. Down he goes. That's gonna be a good jolt proc. And we saw somebody else actually run over there, I'm pretty sure. Going in for the save, yeah. Yeah. Now where do we go from here?
Is it this?
Don't even have it.
Fuck!
Okay. Oh,
Yo, Christopher Morgan.
I didn't see it. Okay, this is... Oh my... Alright, guys, I'll be here for the next 2 to 3 fiscal years. Alright, we're looking over here. I'm gonna go after the bed. Maybe I can bait someone back out. Nah, he's just gonna go over here. Get a big hit in there. Okay, the safe comes in. We are gonna have to watch this. Don't go in for the heal. Don't go in for the heal. Don't go in for the heal. Yup. What I say, Talita? Oh! What are you doing, Leon? I don't want to go after you. We put him on the bad side here. Doesn't actually drop. I'm sorry, Leon.
I'm gonna lead them and find the foliage at the same time.
Okay.
You're in Dallas? Neat.
He hit that hard. He does not.
I've never been to Texas.
Not really, but like, I'm pretending like I am. Oh my god. We should be able to make this one. Hopefully interrupt another gen. They did get that one done. Obviously we're gonna get some gens, but...
Fuck! Okay, fine. I'll go find the foliage first.
Status of the other ones. We know Talita's over here. Or Thalita. People have been saying I've been saying it wrong, dude. I'm sorry. I'm a white guy. My pronunciation's awful. That's still regressive. She's gotta be here, right? Yeah, there you are.
You're in line for customer assistance?
That gen did not look like
for
it had a
what?
lot of progress.
What?
Break that. Looks like she had...
Is this the thing I was supposed... What the fuck is going on?
Is she up there still? What the fuck? Oh, I forget there's drop-downs and stuff. She's not vaulting it. She vaulted it. What the hell? That was weird. Alright, let's see if she stays at this. Nice, that's a good down. We should get the jolt is coming in pretty good.
Fuck.
Now time to see if they're healing right here. You guys should leave. You should leave. You're both
Huh.
injured.
Rip. You bricked a coworker's Chromebook?
Alright. Drop down here. Okay, Soma. I want to go after Soma. Alright.
Well, now I'm stuck. So I can't.
If we can keep people injured with hostage, they're not going to be able to heal, which then makes it good for us. Increases our odds of victory. Okay, it looks like someone injured is going in for the save, which is Leon. You shouldn't do. You shouldn't do that.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, Leon. Try to catch me right and dirty. reverse parry.
Oh my god.
He dead. He gone. Wait, there's...
Yeah, I really am not trying to focus on challenges right now at all, to be honest.
Well, down he goes. I'm sorry, Leon. Not really, but she was over here. I don't know if she ran out. Now we can just listen for people moaning and groaning because they're bleeding profusely. I don't hear them. They're not working on checks, so they're probably resetting. That should be a free hit. Very nice. Okay, those two got to reset.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, they were here the whole time. Hello. Selma. I'm here. You're not a total babe, dude. What the hell? Alright. Oh my. It's juicy. One cannot comprehend the speed of Philip Ojabo. It's simply too quick. And then we know this was Claudette. She should have ran. Okay, she's on the outside. Where I am, look right there. Make it so you can't get through. Yep. I couldn't tell. Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell because there would have been blood.
How do I become marked for death?
But alas, we just used her sound. She should have ran far away as soon as I found Soma. But she chose not to. Now we're in quite a good spot, and these hooks are close to each other. And now we just need to find her, which she's over here. Yup. I'll let her get the unhook. It's fine. We're in like an unbelievable situation right here, I say as I lose the game later. Unhook does not go in. Unhook goes in. I am live.
Oh. That's a lot of damage.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, you sack yourself for the good of the squad, I guess. And now that happens. And then she's not gonna go for the save because she's too far away. Alright, bold strategies. Even they had to try to make some sort of hero play happen.
Oh.
Yeah, she... Oh, decisive. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I think vaguely, yes.
He fucking missed. Bro lifted his head back. Alright, well, we know she's somewhere over to the left here. Or at least that was her direction in which she ran.
Where is an enemy?
As soon as we were getting that kill on Leon, we were smooth sailing. Time to look behind here.
Ah, I'm so hungry. I think we'll have about 45 minutes left of stream for tonight. We'll see how far I can get. I'm not gonna worry about doing any special stuff until then. Until we finish the game. Alright.
Don't go in, don't go in. Okay, she should have been.
Those are earth movers. Okay.
That's unfortunate.
They look like it.
I mean,
Oh.
That build went fantastic. Alright, for this build, we're going to be using the Trickster, and this was kind of found after the rework. And what of the year does an add-on incredibly strong, definitely, like, Trickster is kind of the best add-on and performing well. And I think both of them fit hand in hand with the main event. So, we're going to be using the Iridescent Photo Card, which increases the duration of the main event by 100%, and which is activated to reveal the auras of all survivors. All survivors' auras are revealed, and we block all gens for 6 seconds. And we are taking the Death Throes Constellation, which refills blades by 75% of the maximum when main event ends. We get a very long main event, and then we get to replenish some of our knives. With this, you take Secret Projects, because we are blocking those gens in the main event. We will be able to get undetectable for 30 seconds. Then we also have agitation to take people to hooks a little bit quicker. Then Grim Embrace as well, which will also block gens and then give
Why do I have no flashlight now?
And then finally Pain Resonance for some actual gen regression on there. This can be a pretty strong build and you can snowball very quickly. Alright, we have Father Campbell's Chapel. It's not a map that I want to play, but it's cool.
It's not a map that I want to play. Fair, man.
Add-ons to the main event. So you can get some value there. I mean, I guess I hit that. Do a little bit of renovation of the church.
You motherfucker.
It really depends where they spawn. Okay, they did spawn here. Hello?
Fuck you.
Alright, he should be able to get around this once he drops it right here. He does not. This wall is just long enough for him to... That's unfortunate. Nice. I'll take that hit in. We have the undetectable. I don't know why I'm trying to hide my stain. But we got it. Nice. And then we should have pain res here. I don't know if they have and he's gone.
Ouch.
Get him out of here. Am I right, Maurice? Give me a name. Oh, you give me a... I can't do this out. So they're up top here. What's the vibe for here? The grimmest of grims. Okay, we're running this way. Okay, he ran this way. I thought he might try to run in. Hello, sir. Okay, he actually does run this way. That chick's going in for the save. Nice, that's good. Grab that, get a quick reload. We're gonna need to see where he went. Did he go for a shack? He did this person. Yep. Out of. I swear if you have balance. Nice, that's a good damage. That's a good damage. I don't know if we want to use it yet. We are S rank. I'm gonna keep moving this way. Yeah, you have no chance here, Adam. Nice, alright.
There we go.
Not under the pallet, and then we should be able to use Grim Embrace here to hopefully sneak up on somebody and use our main event with the secret project.
Just skip half the
This
map.
is the most worked on gen. Okay, they fell off this way. Well, hey, young bot. Nice. So then we cancel this, we pick up, we turn to the left. We're gonna get some blades reloaded. And we know that this chick is over here. Yes, it's over here. MLG Snipes, what a name.
Neat.
Alright, she didn't run through that way. There should be another hit in. Wait, where did she go?
What?
Does she have Lucky Break?
Why can I not do the
She has Lucky
fucking
Break,
tug?
I lost track of her in the grass, man. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Oh, they went into... Wait, they went into... Oh, they went into plot twist. Holy fuck. I mean, good play. Alright, keep track of her. She's impossible to find.
Okay.
impossible to find. I just needed one freaking... Oh, okay. And she's healed. She's cheating. She's cheating. She's confirmed cheating. I mean, she's not, but like... What the fuck?
Fuck.
Alright, we go this way. Should be able to get a knife in.
Give me blood!
Okay. Nice. Oh, and get the reload. This Rebecca. Yeah, where's she? Freaking Lucky Break is absolutely insane. So we should be able to hit that. Stop them. I don't know if I want to push them this side. They are here. What if I just vault over? Did they? I just saw somebody. I swear. Yup, it's Taeyong.
Oh.
Taeyong, I'm killing you because this Rebecca.
I could just skip this fight. I don't want to.
Where did we go?
I find it enjoyable.
Oh, we're over here.
Wow, that was a worthwhile thing.
Do not lose sight of her. I've already lost sight of her.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Am I tweaking? Like, what is this? I look for a dead heart. I don't know if he has it. Yep, he does. Oh my god, she's in I swear I'd be able to see her, but I guess not. We just gotta go up top here.
Magenta attacks can't be dashed through.
You guys can tell me if I'm blind.
Okay.
Because I might be.
Ouch.
Okay, we're playing this. I'm cutting off this way. He's gonna drop off right there. Good play. I will eventually find this chick.
Okay.
You will get her. Oh, he keeps running straight.
Ah.
Got him that time. Rebecca,
Fuck.
you will be placed on a hook. Just, I don't know when. I don't know when, but you will be placed on it. Now the question is, did they go up here? She's just the master of stealth and deception. Taeyong?
Ha!
Alright.
I understand.
He wanted to leave the church, but God said no, you have sinned, you must repent.
Fuck.
We're actually healing, okay. You know this guy is that hard. Oh, I'm out of knives. Ooh, this is a good loop. Is that Gen 2? Yeah, this loop is insane.
Fuck.
And he didn't hit it that time. That's a shame. I shouldn't have broken that. Alright, I'm coming back over here.
Come on.
We have enough on S here. We should be able to...
Oh my gosh. I was just getting juggled there. Why can I not equip the thing I'm trying to equip?
We'll find Rebecca, and we will put her on a hook. That was not a great chase by me. Her build is absolutely blasting me, though. Certainly she does not have more. We just need to not hit her when she goes around a corner.
Do I come out this way?
Alright. We are looking. Wait, secret project activated. This gen block. Why did this gen block?
Fuck!
I thought it was only in main event that it blocked. Maybe I fucking read the add-ons wrong.
Oh, fuck.
I think I heard someone start up that gen. But I'm checking. Okay, this is am I genuinely tweaking?
Where do I go? Do I have to kill these boys?
That's regressing. They could be at Shack, but I honestly don't want to go over there.
Where the fuck am I running to?
They might be open. I guess I'll check on this one. Holy fuck. Okay, I had to have just been missing her completely. Because what was that? She must just be goated. And I have no ears or something. Because what was that? She was in chase for 5 seconds and I just couldn't find her. Stop damaging. On gosh?
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
You unhooked with no... You went for unhooked? That's crazy. No deliverance? That's kind of...
Oh, I'm so fucked.
Did she have a med kit? Well, that's a free hit. There's something about this chick, though. I kinda wanna get her again. Matter of fact, I'm going after her.
Okay, we gotta... Real quick. Tune out anything else. Whew! That's sick as fuck. Oh yeah. Don't fight the security system is the challenge. Cool. We're playing the Minecraft dropper. Oh! Bruh! Let me use the fucking attack I want. Fraud is cool. Follow the lions for a secret. I can't follow him. More of the frickin' fretless bass. Maybe do you mean follow their asses? Aha, you did mean follow their asses. Fuck. Oh. 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 Yeah, true. Put Linux Mint back on the SD card. I just, I was given 2 old Intel Nook, PCs from 2014 that I can play with. Uh-oh. Who was ripped out of this? Ah, that makes sense. We used to call my dog Clone Lucifer because he always had really loose fur. Fucking non-Euclidean zone. That makes sense. Yo, Mary Klein. Yeah, so he won't feel bad, of course. It's not about Lucifer feeling good or bad. Weezer room. Oh, interesting. Neat. Whoa. Bruh! Who the fuck made this game? What the hell? Google automatically has been translating a bunch of shit. Yo, Matthew. It's great to see ya. I'm jealous. I've basically had fucking nothing to eat all day. Yeah, I will. Oh. Fuck. What was that? Where the hell? Oh, the totem is underneath. Oh yeah, idol, not totem. Okay. Which ones are demons, by the way? Oh man, imagine I die then. The idols are demons. Hell yeah, congrats, pair. We have 13 minutes left of stream tonight, by the way, y'all. God, this game is fucking crazy good. I'm gonna butcher that name if I try to pronounce it. Katsane Tito? Or Katsane Teto? I've never heard of them. Wild. Teto. Cool. Also, I may be like the whitest kind of bitch. Whoa. Who doesn't have any clue how to pronounce things in languages other than English, but I will always try because I think it's important to at least give it an attempt. My colonizer genes are kicking in? No. What the fuck? You could do alternate dimension, like, world leaders, or like, you know what I mean? You could do like Hitler if he got accepted into art school, Stalin if he didn't like kill his family or whatever he did. Killed everyone. Who the hell is Joey S? That makes sense. The fuck is a Tumblr sexy man? Unboiled one. No, come on. I'm going in circles. No. I don't know about the Tumblr sexy man. Fuck. I live under a rock. What the fuck? This game is a fucking trip. I'm sorry. I bless your internet. I manifest good internet for you. Well, is this... what level are we on right now? Because we may not get to it right this second. And this will likely be the last level, unfortunately. I could do one more level. Have I played Silk Song? Yeah, I 100%'ed Silk Song. All of the videos are up on my channel as well if you're interested. fuck am I missing? Doorway? Oh. I am indeed missing a doorway. Whoa. What is that? Oh, nothing. I guess this is nothing. Ah! Oh my gosh. How am I not getting any health back? No, 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 no. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. It's not giving me my fucking health. Am I a horse? Yeah, I can breathe underwater infinitely. What the fuck? Alright, have a good night, Bear. Good luck with the rest of your finals. And I will see you around in future streams. Oh. Oh. Ah. Yo, good to see you, Bober. Oh man. Oh. Fuck me, really? You had to let your dogs out? Cool. I died instantly. Nice. Oh! Please give me a checkpoint. Or just let me leave. Fuck. Nice. I can tell it's not the right way, man. Oh, I don't know what the right way is. This way? Oh! I found it. Oh. Wait, this is where we came in. I'm on the second floor. Okay. Oh. What? This music's creepy. I'm a puppet. Are you shitting me? Oh, look at the mirror. Bruh, equip the right gun. Oh my god, I love when I damage it so much. That it cuts out the sound. Where the fuck is it? God damn, bro. Why is this arena so, like, nonsensically fucking huge? Okay. Fuck me! Come on, man. Okay. Yo, Sai. I hate this fight. I can't fucking do anything about this. I don't care if I can see it in the rear view or not. I can't fucking shoot it if I'm looking in the mirror. Give me my health, bro! Ugh! I'm not gonna be able to do this by the end of when I would normally stop streaming. No, wrong fucking button. What the f- Hell yeah. Where? Yeah, I got it. Fuck, bro, really? Fuck me, no! I'm just leaving. Oh. Whew. Oh my god. Oh, all right. Well, I think we do have to call it there. We will have to continue this on Sunday. If you are interested in more of me, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. First room. Okay, fine. Oh. What the hell? That is fucking chaotic. And I managed to somehow get a fucking secret. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I stream a whole bunch of different things. I stream, ULTRAKILL will be our Monday game of choice. And then on Wednesdays, we have Final Fantasy VII. And on Friday, we'll have Fallout 4. We also are doing Resident Evil, all of the games up until 9 on member streams. So if you're interested, join memberships on YouTube or become a subscriber on Twitch for $1 or $5 per month. And you get access to Tuesday, Thursday streams. On Sunday, I'm not sure what we'll stream. I'll have to see if we get any unique requests, or if maybe I'll do my Minecraft server a bit, because we haven't checked in on that in a while. But we will figure it out. Either way, I hope that you all have a great rest of your week. I hope to see you in future streams. If you're new here, like and subscribe. If you're not new here, then I'll catch you later. Peace.